Close enough. Hey there, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Let's see where the kitties are real quick here. We have, let's see, down center, we have Mason and Sherbet. They are looking out the window. And then top center, we have Sky and Ember. Looks like they're playing nice this time, not no scuffle going on. Ember has started playing with Sherbet. So every now and then I'll hear her chirping and running around. Thought I saw something, but I did not. We're going to be trying out a game called Griftlands today. Looks like it's a deck builder style game, but with some additional mini games or sequences that don't seem such that it doesn't seem to be all combat. We will see how that goes. I'm still looking into branching out into some other games. We're definitely going to finish Ace Attorney, and I have a bunch of games like that backburnered. Um, but I want to start to diversify a little more so that we both have long term play games as well as more bursty episodic games. I want to get back into having some of those. It means that folks that can't catch every stream don't have to worry that they have missed huge chunks of the storyline. And if they don't have time to watch the VODs as well, then they might feel as if they're missing too much to be able to keep up with the streams. To make sure everybody gets a little bit there. Still looking at it's not certain yet, but we do have some collabs coming up with a with a VTuber group that we're working with. Hopefully those will come through, but I'd like to do more of that. It opens the door to some different games, since having more folks means like it means that some of those bigger social games are on the table. We'll see how that goes. Starting to poke sprite art again. I'm seeing if I can build up the motivation to uh, like dust off my Unity projects or similar. I still want to come up with something that is for the stream again. Uh, I liked having something custom when it came to our Noida streams. I'm not going to revisit that game because I think I have scorched that option in my mind since that's all we played for quite a while, or almost all we played. Uh, so I'd like to get something custom for the stream going again, but exactly what that'll be isn't quite sure yet. Don't know. I'll have to see what people thought of the reading streams. They were very chill, and I didn't mind doing them. Like, I don't mind streams where my primary interaction outside of interacting with chat. So there's being able to talk with you folks and then also something else to do. Uh, that could be nice to continue. There are a lot of nice um 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 uh there are a lot of nice public domain stories out there. Yes, they do. I know you had suggested things like the original Frankenstein, uh, maybe some Arabian Nights. That kind of stuff could be fun. So don't want to drop that idea. Sherbet just passing through. You can see him over on right center now. He's getting just more and more social as time passes, which is good. For quite a bit, he was still very skittish, but he is learning that he loves the attention. He's just not sure about getting close enough to get it, and you can tell that he's most interested when he sees somebody else getting attention, because then he realizes, oh, if I go up there, I'll get attention too. Hey there, spectator. Welcome. We're just getting started. We're having a little talk first, a little bit of chat. Sam, we're going to be playing Griftlands today. It is from what I can tell, a deck builder style game, but it looks like there's some pretty strong narrative involved in it, at least as far as how it plays out. So I am interested. Interested. I was talking about other stuff that we might get into. So we've done things recently like the book reading streams. Uh, I wouldn't mind doing some more of that because those are even more chill than doing things like Phoenix Wright, where it's straightforward to just not continue reading for a little bit and talk to folks. And I want to make sure that we get the opportunity to do things like that. It's fun to chat. Also, considering other things that I do want to get into, like I just said, I think I'm repeating myself, which I am prone to doing. Um, when I did mostly Noida over on Twitch and for a little bit on YouTube, I had gone out of my way to make a mod that was very tailored to the theme of the channel, but also to things that the audience could join in on if they wanted to. I don't want it to be a fully. I don't want it to be a consuming thing. Like, I want it to be something that can kind of happen in the background without people having to spam chat to make it do stuff, that kind of thing. Uh, More akin to like your stream avatars kind of stuff. But a little more active, a little flashier. Get something like that that's always going, maybe bottom of the screen kind of thing. But that's a build up motivation thing. I'd have to dust off some of my coding projects. Get my sprite art going again. Like, I could look into other types of art. I'm just not terribly good at it. I'd rather start with something I'm more confident in. The idea of mini painting streams is something that I wouldn't mind getting into, but uh, a mini painting station would need to be set up that also had cameras properly positioned, that kind of thing. And I can't have that if, like, I have to have that away from the cats because cat hair and paint doesn't go together, and cats in delicate wet painted models don't go together in general. Um, I had been paint like the most recent things that I have painted were custom Warhammer models. So I would get Warhammer kits and kit bash them together. I'd make things that were reminiscent of the factions, and when I ever got to play the tabletop game, I would use them as that faction. But I made them look cool. I made them to my own themes and stories. Usually, the kits involved at least the things that I painted involved pieces from usually at least 3 kits. Um, I did a big centerpiece model that, let me think now, was Chaos Spawn, Space Marine Centurions, an Orc, I think it was a Goth Dread, or can't remember, the big Orcish Dreadnought. Um, Not the giant ones, not the Stompas, the quad armed soda can thing. Um, Let's see, a Mechanicus Dunestrider's legs, bits from Chaos vehicles. So many things grafted together, paired with little tricks like like sculpted green stuff for tubes and the like. Sometimes like extra tentacles, just things like that. I wouldn't mind doing stuff like that again. But like I was mentioning, a painting station with all of the cameras properly set up, how to do it without, me showing up on camera more than necessary, figuring out how to just get the gloved hands to show up kind of thing. Um, it's once I had that, I could start getting into it because I do have some spare model kits still. Uh, the other thing getting around that would be wrangling the expense of it. Like to get my 3D printing going, that would get me access to models, but the 3D printing needs a completely different station for it. I've tried a couple of different things, but it needs to be a climate controlled room away from life, because the fumes off of resin 3D printers are very, very toxic. And I don't want it anywhere near the cats or anything like that. Even if I tried to ventilate an area inside of the immediate uh, the immediate structure. I do. I have a resin 3D printer that I am, at least in the experiments I did out in a garage, I am bad at using, but it would be a really good way to get minis to paint. And it'd be another thing to get good at. Might be a reason to get a hold of Blender and start making 3D models to print. Failing that, just purchasing the patterns for 3D models so that I don't have to pay like Games Workshop prices, because $50+ for a model kit stacks up, especially when you like to do kit bashing. Uh, but yeah, that it's something that I want to do, but there's a lot of moving parts that I need to resolve before I can do it. Uh, what else? What else? So yeah, the programming thing. I wouldn't mind doing some just chatting streams. Uh, I may do them as extras, maybe after some streams. Fire up a follow up stream, maybe a little later. That could be good. And I did mention there are some collabs coming up. Uh, I'm looking forward to doing that. I found a group to work with, and I'm looking forward to having an opportunity to do those big social streamer games. Because while we have done multiplayer stuff previously, it's usually like a couple of people tops, and usually drawn from the viewers. So uh, the opportunity for lots of people and lots of things going on is reduced. But that's not to say I don't like the community games. We had fun with things like EDF. EDF is lots of fun. What else? What else are we up to? I'm trying to remember. I think it's Sea of Stars. Is it Sea of Stars, Tass? Kind of homage to classic like Chrono Trigger era RPGs that has been released recently. In any event, I'm going to be playing that in the near future. Um, both narrative, and it's just an opportunity to hopefully um, relive a bit of the golden age of JRPGs. I think it's called Sea of Stars, Spectator. Let me take a look. Checking. Yes, Sea of Stars. That's one that will fire up in the near future. What else? Final Fantasy XIV has an event going on. They have their yearly kind of anniversary event that will be fun to pop into and just see how that goes. That might be a good one to have a follow up, just chatting stream, because it's not a very in depth event as far as time consumption. We'll have that. I had, yeah. So we're probably going to see some of that. We're going to get some Ace Attorney next week. We're going to get Sea of Stars, and we're going to get some Final Fantasy 14 going. I wouldn't mind doing some Final Fantasy 14 streams, but it's a balance. I tend to play classes that require me to like home in on the buttons. uh, but it might still be fun. There's plenty of content that I can play at a slower pace. That we could still have conversations and talk about what we're seeing. But yeah, we're going to fire up Griftlands here. From what I can tell, it should be another one that we have plenty of time to chat, so feel free to ask questions or whatever. Camera did we have active? Can't have that one. I did update the NDI protocol plugin for OBS in the version, so I'm hoping that we're going to have fewer breakdowns with the model, with the avatar display, and hopefully no OBS crashes. Supposedly they've resolved at least a couple. We'll see. Right, let's get in there. Okay, there are apparently 3 characters. Sal, Ick, Derek. Looks like Sal and Ick are separate birds. Up and comer looking to make her mark on the world. She is a bounty hunter. We may visit story difficulty, but let's start with regular mode. All right, let's see. We have negotiation and battle. Yeah, this is what I was... This is what I was mentioning. There are 2 different encounter types. You have when you're talking to people, and then when you are fighting, are separate things. Would seem so. Let's see. There will be stabbing. And apparently, like, dodges. Fight dirty. Biting. Alright, well, let's see what happens. About to start a game at Introduction. This difficulty level provides an introduction for players who are new to deck builders. If you die, you can restart the current day once. Experienced players may wish to start at level 1 for a more balanced challenge. This level has permadeath and no day restarts. We'll start with an intro.
You're a bounty hunter. You escaped a life of indentured labor by hunting criminals and debt dodgers. The work has earned you your freedom, if not any friends. Now you're back home. for the first time in 10 years. But freedom comes with its own dangers, and making a living in Havaria won't be easy. Here, the gangs are feral, the law enforcement are corrupt, and the people are treated like chattel, indebted to merciless criminals.
Seems like such a nice place.
Criminals like
It's
Hashi,
good to be home, apparently.
the ruthless debt broker who sold you to the Derricks in the first place. But now, Cassio's grip has weakened, and there's a bounty on her head too rich to ignore. You'll die before you go into debt again, and so will she, if you have your say.
Well, I guess we have an
Your first
antagonist
stop
now.
is a dive called the Grog and Dog, where an old friend will help you get your revenge, provided you can prove yourself.
So you have the like side eye stalks, a not uncommon kind of sci-fi physical form, but you have the cyber replacement eye, which almost looks like a little little radar dish, you know. Kind of true, Tess. Fight dirty, not being pocket sand. I wonder if there will be a card that is just pocket sand. First sniff, the Grog and Dog smells like stale hops and dried blood. Such a combo. See the little rat with almost like blue like pustules on it, and then the little bugs crawling around. This is a classy establishment, very well kept up. Let the tide dredged up. I mean, the way the name is spelled, F-S-A-S-S-H, really looks like their name is Fish. Reminds me of the dialogue in Star Wars on Tatooine, the Hutt language. Ish, by the holy brine, I'd tear up if I weren't dead inside. She is you have to assume that's sarcastic phrasing because her facial structure, her face right now doesn't say dead inside. It's damn good to see you looking well. You have a plan to get on your feet? I do. That bounty on, I think it's Cassio? How do we... Forget it. You might have grown up strong, but you ain't that strong. And that's not going to stop you from trying, is it? Okay, we do have pretty good facial expressions coming out of them. You want a chance at surviving this, you better make yourself some friends, fast. I can help you with that. I could count on you, Fish. Let's get right into it. I got people in my pocket who owe me a favor. Anawar, Leaky, and Pow. They're easy people to find. Tell them I sent you, and they can settle their tabs by giving you work. Get that done, and I'll get you a plate of popped Ashnu eyes on the house. Sci-fi food. Always sounds terrifying. Bless your warty hide, Fish. I'll hold you to that. Okay. Okay. Travel insurance focuses on battle. And I guess we can get a negotiation card out of it. Token of Hesh. At the start of your turn, add shielded to a friendly argument. Expend it and destroy it. You expend it and it's destroyed after 2 uses. Ah, okay. Once it's used up for the whole battle. Remove this card permanently. Okay. It's once you play it, it's gone for that battle, and if you play it twice, it's gone forever. At least that's how I'm reading it. Get a card for that quest, and we can upgrade a card. Let's go for asset recovery. As you're passing by a bubbling tar pit, you hear a high-pitched whine from somewhere nearby. Well, that rat that just darted by was less glowy. Looking around, you spot a lone coyote pup struggling in the clotted black mud. Ah, okay. Lizard dog thing. Rescue dog. Coming to get you, buddy. Don't be scared. A wild yote. You anchor yourself to a nearby stump before stepping carefully into the tar. Freeing the pup is a labor, and you choke down the sour air of the tar pit under the exertion. Cost us 8 health. Okay. Back on dry land, the pup finds a clean patch of skin above your brow to lick with its scratchy tongue. Dog says yap. The pup cocks its head in concern. No, it's fine. Maybe just keep it to yourself next time. Pup says yorp. Yeah, you're coming with me. Unless you'd prefer to stay here in the tar pits. Hey there, King. We're just getting started with our first playthrough of Griftlands. We had a bit of a conversation at the start of the stream, bit of chat, and now we're giving this a go. Kitties are doing good. You can see Ember and Sky are snuggled up there. Unfortunately, you can't see because of the don't look at my keyboard blocker. But Ember and Sky are almost holding pause. Lizard Dog says Norp. All right. The dog is a party member named Tiny. It is an untrained yote. All right, it was a random event on the way to this quest. Zeta the guard. Ferox the patron. Anawar the proprietress. It's tough making a living in the Griftlands, but the myth of upward mobility keeps Ferox on the line. Says hi. For a person who has friends, Zeta hasn't always been known to treat them very well. The Admiralty has eyes on all. Okay. We can convince him to eject somebody. Get the feeling that Anawar would do anything to turn a profit. The human looks you up and down in suspicion. It's kind of a, well, it's a roguelike deck builder. So you upgrade cards, get cards, discard cards to proceed. Hey there, Barbed Wire. Good to see you. We're finally trying out Griftlands. But yeah, it looks like there is some stronger RPG elements than we commonly get in this sort of game. buy cards, we can do our quest. I'm looking for a thief. Great. What do you want stolen? I do like the animations and facial expressions. They did good with this so far. No, I mean, I'm looking for someone who has stolen from me. We'll have to find out, Barbware. All right, of course. Some very valuable goods that were part of a highly complex three-way speculative deal went missing from my warehouse. I can salvage the deal if I get them back soon, but I don't know exactly who took them. I'll give you a cut if you can locate them. Okay. Let's see. Tackle gives me defense and applies a status condition. We haven't gotten anything yet. We are just getting going. Reckless swing. Discard a card. Murder Bay boxing. At the start of your turn, draw an additional card if you have at least 2 combo. I like the idea of some defense. Some ruffians that I hired to run security are the most likely culprits. Gani and Bax, I think their names were. Start by asking them some questions. I'm sure one of them will know something.
Son.
Gain this card whenever you murder Gani. Clearly we're going to get to do some murder. Potentially repeatedly. Attacks inflict 1 bonus damage on the target at the beginning of their turn, reduce wound by 1. Okay, I guess like a DOT kind of thing. I have a feeling you once lost a job to this guy, but that might have been a different Alongwe. Heard he'd changed work. You hadn't heard. Come to distract me from my drink? Best have a good reason. Okay, we can heal resolve and get healing items. Ah, there we go. Bax. Bax is dangerously predictable. He'll sell you out of a hit of slurry, then break your heart when he feels bad about it.
Sapote.
Didn't think my day would involve a grifter dealing. Let's try this negotiation thing. So you were working for Anawar when her goods got stolen. That's pretty suspicious. What are you insinuating? To negotiate for the first time. Would you like to see a quick tutorial?
At the start of each turn, you draw 5 cards from the draw pile and gain 3 actions. Each card costs a certain number of actions to play. At the end of your turn, the cards in your hand are moved to your discard pile.
Yeah, it seems like we get some. And if you listen, the characters do have little barks for when they're talking and similar.
You win a negotiation by destroying your opponent's core argument. Your resolve carries over between negotiations. If you have no resolve left, you automatically lose any negotiations you attempt. You and your opponent can deploy arguments to help win the negotiation. Arguments have special effects and can be attacked or defended, like the core argument. Certain cards apply composure, which mitigates damage. Composure can be applied to any friendly argument and lasts for 1 turn.
Oh, there's our block mechanic.
Your opponent's intents for the next turn are shown in their inner ring. Use these intents to plan your turn and protect your arguments from damage.
All right, we get the foresight kind of thing.
Inspecting cards and arguments will bring up their tooltips with a description of their effects. The people you meet in the Griftlands will use different negotiation tactics, so make sure you adjust your strategy to match.
He's going to attack. Our untrained pet here. Twice. For a total of 4. So if I apply composure twice, then we okay, it's every time we use up all of our cards, his arguments get stronger.
Shut the fool.
You don't want this getting messy. Okay, the dog is a one-time contribution. It's going to attack and inspiration or attitude. Incept one flustered. Okay. It's added to the opponent's arguments. Flustered reduces their damage. Two cards and then not really necessarily going to be able to use two cards. Oh, I should have, actually done something with that. Oh, there we go. There we go. Let's apply flustered here. You better listen close. Dominance. Hostility cards deal additional damage. Remove one stack at the start of your turn. Okay, that won't help me right now. Game. Okay, so... Hey there, casemate. Welcome. We're trying out Griftlands. All diplomacy cards deal max damage. Guess we'll use that. Okay, it does inflict some damage to you, so... Or when we use it. Okay. What is this thing that he's doing? His argument is escalation. A hostility card is played, increase stacks by 1. Okay, we don't want to use hostility right now. Okay, impatience triggered. Gonna do 5 damage. So we're gonna reduce that down to 1 damage. So instincts to get inspiration. We'll play. Then if we do fast talk, we'll get rid of escalation. Okay, and excess damage spills over. Yep, and by removing that, he did less damage. He's going to do 2 to influence, which would get rid of that, and then try to do 4 to me. Block it. See what we get from quick thinking. Let's be targeted before anything else. Gains 2 resolve for each stack of bait. Bait is an argument with 2 resolve. Do a chunk of damage, but let's take this one. Yeah, so this is going to prevent this from getting hit. Yeah, there are two types of battle, casemate. There's negotiations like this, where we've got these arguments that we're essentially working to take apart. But then additionally, there are battles. I was hoping to protect it, but oh well. Do 5 to us. It's getting stronger. Can't take him out right away, so let's... Okay, we'll be in a pretty good position here. One of 3 negotiation cards. Okay, if you spend influence, so this is kind of a combo. If you have influence to spend, this one does more damage. This is a one-off card, which can be powerful. And this can give you extra cards to work with. I like how money is shills. Ember is doing a full torso loaf here. She has her chest all the way to her chin against the heating pad. Just you wait. Eventually, I'll actually be able to make money off Rage Shadow Legends. Max glances around furtively. Keep your voice down. Max plasters on a fake smile. It's not very convincing. I took the goods, yeah. But they're worthless. Bunch of weird stuff from the Rolock. Nobody would buy any of it. I buried the lot out in the woods. Bax marks your map. Bax hates you. You've incurred his fury and will likely face the consequences because we uncovered their theft. Yeah. Based on what I saw when I was looking at think it's called Stream Elements. The raid sponsorship deals are really bad. Like, you need to have a big audience, and a whole lot of them have to join raid and play for a while before you have any hope of making money at all. And you also have to stream that content for a good amount of time. So it's really stacked against you in that regard. I just want to walk away from this one, right? Rina's fiery temper is matched only by the explosive mixtures she enjoys dabbling with. Yeah, it's pretty much designed so, and they offer it to everybody. Like, it's set up so that Stream Elements will constantly offer you a Raid Shadow Legends deal. And that deal is almost certain not to pay you anything. But it still gives them the free advertisement. And it would also require that I lie flagrantly as part of the standard spiel. Because most of the stuff that they list is untrue. Heard as Leaky makes money on the side, stooging for debt brokers and keeping the derricks well stocked with labor. Another day in the feud, huh? Clearing is deserted. You look around a bit and find evidence of digging. Brushing aside the top layers of dirt, you find the top of a wooden shipping crate with Anawar's marking stamp on it. Hey, Dirt. You're interrupted by Bax. Oh, he seems unhappy. Find what you were looking for? You try to think of a witty reply. Yes, actually. Should have kept your nose out of my business. Now I'm going to kill you and bury you too. Yes.
At the start of each turn, you draw 5 cards from the draw pile and gain 3 actions. Each card costs a certain number of actions to play. At the end of your turn, the cards in your hand are moved to your discard pile.
Okay. Same as negotiation so far.
You can win a battle by killing all of your opponents, or by making them surrender. Enemies will surrender when their health dips below their panic threshold. Killing enemies may have diplomatic consequences.
You mean there might be consequences for murder? Oh man, what's up with that?
Certain cards apply defense, which mitigates incoming damage. Defense can be applied to yourself or your allies, and lasts for 1 turn.
But yeah, raid sponsorship options are, like, almost automatic. Do a quick cat check. They're moving around. The guy was just getting started on Twitch, and Stream Elements had offers for Raid Shadow Legends. Let's go for the tree, the sky.
You can preview what your enemies and allies will do on their next turn. Use these previews to plan your turn. Your allies all act before your enemies. Some cards apply conditions that are represented by icons above your health bar. Inspect a condition icon to learn about its effects.
Be right back. Just a moment. Settle back in here. Okay. The water jug here. Hey there, status effects. Okay. Sudden cough there. Smack. That is a cryote. Crayyote. It's like some sort of bug dog. Okay, status effect and then a lot of damage. Soak. Use fight dirty. Uh-oh. That's a lot of damage. Can apply more bleed. We're gonna impair. Oh dear. Added bleed cards to me. They've got that giant, chunky kind of fantasy weaponry look, but they've also got that sort of laser edge to them. It will die this turn. So let's accelerate that with some stabbing. You can choose to finish them off or not. I chose violence, of course. There wasn't really a choice. Especially the way she's fighting with them, but that is the number of times she has spun them means that she's holding them that way because it looks cool, not because that's how she fights. Okay, this is a once a battle. Combo points are accumulated until they are spent by a finisher. Well, that's kind of cool. Let's do that. Take the monies, heal up a little. You've defended the dig site. Crate is too big to carry, so you cover it up again. You should go tell Anwar that you've confirmed the location. The goods are buried in the woods. Bax took them. Good work. I'll send my people to dig them up. Gained one thing. Ah, okay. These are interactions with people. One person loves you, one person hates you, and one person died because of you. Okay, you can get things or like buffs or debuffs as a result. Okay, here's our villain here. And they're inflicting troubled past. I think he's still inflicting marked. Don't know. She gives us cozy. Nope, okay, he's dead, so he can't inflict his status condition anymore. Good. I have to be more careful about who I hire in the future. You get paid monies. Yeah, it's, now that he's dead, we can let bygones be bygones. It's the most efficient way to make up with somebody. Entirely one-sided and effective. Exactly. We bury the hatchet alongside the body. Ooh. If I have influence, I can do 2 AoE damage. I can use... That's pretty good. Okay, so you can gain dominance to do more damage with the aggressive cards, or the card is mean, and it shows you kicking a small version of the dog. Let's go for diplomatic. Give money to your friend. Gives you the haggle badge. Okay. Interesting.
Grazie.
All right, now we have treat your pet. Arrive at a clearing in the woods that isn't too overgrown with wild brush. Tiny takes off to roll around in the grass. Cute. So we can restore resolve, which we don't need to do. Tiny is unhurt. So let's see. We train Tiny, increases health and damage, and will also help you in negotiations. Put together an impromptu obstacle course from branches and dead trees, leading to a dummy made from putrid mulch. Up and over, that's right. Low to the ground now, real quiet. Now sick. Max health and base damage. Friend or fanatic. Battle and negotiation. We'll be able to heal. This will let us burn a card, so let's do that. Random event. Traipsing through the roadside brush, you find 2 dead bodies slumped against a partially dug grave. One of them still clutches what looks to be a valuable coil gun. Coil gun is a one-shot. And when you draw it, you get an extra card. It is a damage burst. Let's just take the gun. You're forced to break some of the corpse's fingers to pry the weapon from its grasp. You finish the botched burial afterwards, but can't help but feel a little insincere. Yes, game, but gun. West. Clear to glance that Aloe dislikes her job. Maybe making it a little more pleasant might earn you some traction. By the calluses on his hands and the heavy sigh on his lips, it's clear Veep has been worked to the bone. Veep nods in acknowledgement of your presence. Well, it's a start. You think Spots is a little slow on the uptake. You should see Spots run. See Spots run. Cute. Watch yourself. Orin has the face of someone hard done by and almost done. Drackle looks you up and down in suspicion. Hey, do you... I'm no rat, I swear. I don't talk, you hear me? That's... Can tell Fizzluck his threats won't make no difference. Hold on, what's Fizzluck threatening you for? You aren't one of Fizzluck's goons? He wants me to snitch, but I ain't suicidal. Back on the derrick, we learned to keep our mouths shut. Want me to get him off your back for you? I can offer that kind of service. At a good rate, even. You do that? Luck is trying to get Torin to turn informant. Torin is looking for help to get out of this arrangement. Plead. Lose influence. Okay, the more arguments they have, the more damage this can do. It's overbear. And the quote is, wait, why is he standing up? I'm begging here. And very interesting. Cute. Well, this is a freebie if you have no influence, so... I have cards that can spend it, and having a card that can be used when I don't have it is good. Get Fizzluck to lay off, and I'll pay you what you're worth, I swear. I just want to live and let live, you know. Sure, leave it to me. Battle graphs and negotiation graphs. I wonder what those are. The Slurping Snail. Looks kind of like a Eberron Warforged, you know? Few folks survive the rigorous training needed to become Luminari. Ionis wears it like a halo of sunshine. Didn't think my day would involve a grifter dealing. Pay them to help us. Is it a one-off thing, or is it a permanent thing? In the grand scheme of things, Tan does pretty well for himself. On the day-to-day, though, he usually comes up short. It's also nice, Barbed Wire. I agree. I like the world building. I also like the fact that they don't rub your nose in it. Like, there isn't this long exposition that this is the case. They mention it. Like, they mention the name of a species or similar, and it's just, no, this is normal. Continue. Says he'll stay out of negotiations in battle. Creepily enough, Gree has a reputation for singing her assassin contracts to their death. Yeah, there's... He is... His face has two, like... If his chin and hair were curved forward, he'd have that crescent moon vibe to him. Cash's nom de guerre is more aspirational than accurate. Keep your distance. Never know who you can trust out there. Okay, lots of mercenaries here. Esh doesn't expect much from its followers, but Pow clearly strives to exceed expectations. Nods in acknowledgement of your presence. The Hessians say good food brings you closer to the divine. Koki could be a priest. By Shrokian Twist Pepper Noodles. Spicy noodles. Increases attack damage. Zesty noodles. Inflict flustered. And let you draw a card. Hearty noodles give you more actions. Interesting. Islek prides himself on work well done, even if it's work that never needed doing. Keep on the good side of the Admiralty, and your livelihood will benefit all the more for it. Ask about Torin. Torin says you've been harassing her. Trying to get her to snitch on something? Oh, on something, all right. What Torin knows could put a lot of people behind bars. Though she might turn informant with a little pressure, do the right thing. You know how it is. Let's turn this around. It's like you have your reasons. I can get Torin to talk to you if you're willing to pay. Of course, there's always pay involved. You get Torin talking, and you'll get what's coming to you. Sorry, I'm used to talking in threats. What I mean is you'll get paid. It gives you an opportunity to make a different choice there. You know, it might just be easier if you were to do what Fizzluck wants. If you got intel, I think you should spill. What are you talking about? That's how I end up dead. They'll try to inflict 4. And new arguments give them 2 defense. We use 1 deflection. Vulnerability. Take more damage. Okay, that's a free block. Let's carry over to get an extra action next turn. We're going to fully block. Our dog will inflict 3 damage, so let's see how much more we can inflict. More damage, and diplomacy does reduce damage. Okay, we'll apply deflection again. It's free this time. Don't have influence to spend, so I don't know if I can actually use Bladder. No, I think I can. Yeah. Okay. Playing an argument, trying to inflict harm on the trained pet ability. Alright, we should just be able to burn them. Bone Tired. When destroyed, Torin loses 6 resolve. Well, that sucks for you. Backpedal. You lose a card for the rest of the negotiation, but you block for a lot. Erupt. It's the picture is table flip. Attack a random opponent argument. Evoke. Play 4 hostility cards in a single turn. Okay, I can't play it if it shows up, but if I get 4 red cards played at once, like in one turn, it just happens. Just kinda neat. Let's go for intrigue again, though. It's Murder Bay. The thing's kind of in the name. If you got intel on dangerous people, then it won't be long before those dangerous people see you taken care of. But if you tell Fizzluck what he wants to know, the Admiralty can at least protect you. Maybe you're right. Yeah, most of my cards are diplomacy right now. Work your whole life just trying to have a little slice of something you can keep to yourself. But there's always someone holding the leash. I'll talk to Fizzluck. Like you say, I'm probably dead either way. Orin has had a change of heart. You should be getting the answers you're looking for soon. Nice job. I hope you didn't have to hurt her too much. You get monies. Let's get rid of... It's going to bite me having too much in the way of one type of card eventually, but... Oh. That could be worth it. Let's do that. We make back money each day. So 2 mornings and it'll pay for itself. 1 and it's almost paid for itself. Rare lumen fissure has opened in the bedrock here. Funny things happen when raw lumen vapors go untapped. Socialize with Anawar. Well, let's see what happens at the healing spring. I like weird things. A fissure in the ground, fuming with toxic vapors. The far side, you spot a rare healing wart, grown fat with broad leaves under the lumen's influence. A small leaf to chew. One of the weird fruits, which will also apply tipsy. Okay, this is one that you'd have to spend to get rid of. And you'd have to sleep to fully get rid of it. Eat until you can't eat anymore. Max health, but take damage now. Let's do it. You pound back fruit after fruit, pausing only to devour mouthfuls of leaves. You pass out, alien chemicals coursing through your system, and alien thoughts coursing through your head. You wake up in a puddle of fruit juice and your own filth. She greets you enthusiastically. Lined up a great opportunity for you. Those 2 over there are night merchants. They sell rare goods you can't get nowhere else. It just so happens they need your help. You can only be in one place at a time, but either will get you a leg up that you sorely need. I'll tell them I sent you and ingratiate yourself. Let's be warned, they're both persnickety so-and-sos. You're probably going to need to cheese off the one you don't pick. Huh. Sounds neat. Thanks. Let's... Gain bloated. I think that might be worth it. Hurt fish. Here, have a fish cake. That's terrible. Nobody eats them for the taste, that's for sure. Break is never one for surprises. I'd ask what you're up to lurking through the feud at night, but then you might ask me the same. Stranger, Fish says you're looking for help. Yes, I am. You see, normally I'd just punch my problems until they stop moving, but some problems are too big to punch. You need bigger fists. And ideally more of them. Maximum punching. think they have the right idea, but I think explosives are a better way to go than punching. Explosions solve most problems. So what can I do for you? I run a little combat training operation, but I need an extension on my debts. Or I might have to close up shop. If you help me buy a little more time, I'll take you to our secret market. You can get your hands on good goods. Okay, they went from, like, engaged to looking a little bit tipsy. I'm reminded of, what was it? I think it was in World War II, where there were some soldiers that were given essentially sticks with shape charges on the end, and the idea was to run up and jab a tank with them. Kind of beat. First day on the continent and all that. Good luck with your problem, though. Baka keeps her purse strings tight, but she's been known to favor a friend in need. Oh, the chill of night, best cover your neck, and not for fear of catching cold. She says you're looking for some hired muscle. Baka the Swab looks you up and down. You feel like an Ashnu on market day. One of the foods that they mentioned was like popped Ashnu eyes. Yes, you'll do. Wait, do for what? What is the actual job? You just need to stand behind me and look intimidating. You can handle that, right? Depends what's standing in front of you. Don't worry about that. I like the other one more. I'm not going to say you're wrong for suspecting something, but you are wrong for passing up a good deal. It's like we have a deal. Lead the way and I'll do the talking. Beauty. Thanks, Hunter. What about my needs, huh? Fish said you were the best. This is super suspicious, and it sounds like I'm going to put you in danger, but I promise I'm not. You can trust me, as long as you don't ask any questions at all. You might have seeded an unwanted grudge, but there's nothing you can do about it now. We have Rake with us now, the one that we took the job for. Rake leads you to a desolate beach. Now, this sounds good. Here's the place. Remember, we can't fight our way through this. Trust me, I've tried. That warning, you're joined by a merchant with a stiff collar and a sneer to match. That is a, those are some fashion choices you've made. I'm here for the money, Rake. Pachio's tired of the excuses. And who the hesh are you? Hired muscle? Let's not be hasty. Rake needs just a little more time. What is that thing, seeing the dog? We are flustered, so we're not going to do a lot of damage until that's gone. It's trying to go for the dog right away. Like, it reminds me of a couple of things. There's a little bit of her stole there. There's a little bit of, don't even know what the era would be, but the upper part of this jacket reminds me of something. And I thought that kind of hat was a thing at one point. This. Compliment. Use compliment. I think the influence kind of negates flustered in a way. Kickback. Pay 5 shills. Gonna deal 3 damage to us, and we're gonna have to take the hit. Oh, but it's going after the influence. I'm fine with that. Sure. One, 2, 3, 4. When destroyed, Cell gains draw 1 extra card at the start of your turn. Well, that's not going to be a problem because we can just bop. Ooh. Also good. Non sequitur. What does any of that have to do with apples? It's gun plus knife equals apple. I like the sound of that. This, if I had more cards that cost more than 1 composure, this could be good. It burns extra cards, but means that you could use a bigger card. So let's go with the double block. A living customer is a paying customer, and that's what you want, isn't it? Yeah, provided she'll actually pay. And I'll give Rake another week. But after that, Ellen slinks into the night, leaving nothing but her threat behind. A week? Hetch, that really saves my skin. You have no idea. So you're satisfied. Satisfied, relieved, ready to party, you name it. Let's get to the night market, huh? We have something to celebrate, you and I. Is it, huh? Pretty modest. Hey, you want fancy or you want cheap? This is where folks come to get an edge for a good price. Now you can be one of those people. Vic now likes you and will offer you discounts in her shop. Nice. This one doesn't like us. Vic is tending to her ring. Knew I'd see you again. Nothing quite as thrilling as the taste of your own blood in your mouth, huh? And think of a few things. Move a battle card. We're gonna sleep soon, and that'll go away then. elbow strike and tackle. Get rid of a stab. Follower of Hesh is meditating here. What are you peddling, Heshite? You seek enlightenment, child. Hesh distributes it freely, for a price. Okay, I don't think that word means what you think it means. Oh. By 2 composure to a random argument, increased by 1 for each card played this turn. Duplicity. The next card played this turn is played twice. Roluck of the Beasts stands before you, surrounded by various animal parts and accessories. Pick, what's the most dangerous beast in Havaria? Is it people? Not even close. Most dangerous animal in Havaria is... Oh, yeah, you got it. It is people. Oh, man. I want to sell Tiny. Precisely, casemate. Princess Pride. Rocks, huh? I've seen the Admiralty use these. Kind of a horned bird dog. Rocks are smart, like birds. And they're tough, like birds. They don't fly, but they don't fly away, so they're easier to catch. It's late when you get to the Grog and Dog, but you can spot trouble before you even step onto its porch. You slip quietly behind an overturned table before anyone notices. I hear you've been asking after my bounty, but you're out of the game, Fish, so you must be asking for someone else. I don't hold it against you, but whatever hunter you're hiding, you need to hand them over. There's no hunter here, Cascio, but we both know that won't stop you from being a mudsucker. I have a business to run, same as you. There was a time when you respected that. The slimy underside of Caccio's voice is enough to draw you out of your hiding spot. Blade at the ready. Don't be so smug, Caccio. Nobody gets a bounty like yours without enemies. Hell, you're the hunter? I had thought the Derek would have beaten the spirit out of you. Didn't have to be this way, Caccio. You could have bought me out at any time. I'd have forgiven you. With that look in your eye, I don't think so. Don't mistake this for condescension. I'm proud you made it off the Derek. I should have known you would. Excuse me if I don't stick around to see this done. It'll hurt too much to see you go down. Caccio tosses a fistful of shills onto the soiled bar counter. For the damages, Fish, if you manage to survive. It ain't nothing personal after all. Not even the floorboards creak as Caccio leaves. For a moment, her goons hang there, watching to see what you'll do. Go down quiet, Hunter. I promise it'll be just like going to sleep. Convince a Longwy to help you. Oh. Battle. This is self-defense. This looks like a boss fight, yeah. You cannot run from this fight once it starts. It's do or die. Longwy, you're the bouncer. I'm hired to keep ruffians out. Caccio's a class of her own. Double edge. Whenever a Longway deals damage, they gain composure equal to the resolve lost. If no resolve is lost, Longway takes 3 damage. Ooh. And I get some composure. Excellent. That, and we'll use complement. Intense and target previews are hidden. Deflect this then. Fast talk this. Okay. Going after my influence. So we're gonna spend it fully here. Okay. Gonna try 4 against the dog. You'll get some defense out of that. Ploy. Target an opponent's argument each turn for 2 damage. Okay. Dog will go after that. He'll go after the dog again. I can just wipe him. Red cards, it would seem. This card just... So if you finish an argument with this one, subsequent red cards do more damage. Ooh. Low blow reduces resolve loss for 1 turn. No, it removes their composure. This is good. That negates defense. Just listen here. You gonna make me do your job for you? I guess not. All right. Longway steps up to your side, ready to defend the Grogan dog. Better late than never, you suppose. It's either barking distractingly or it's just sitting there staring, you know? No. It's like a lightning hammer kind of vibe. Broke skin. First time bullet takes damage each turn, they gain 2 defense. This is a species boon. Okay. He's armored, he gains defense every turn. He's using a powered weapon. Attacks apply galvanized to random cards in your deck. Playing this card triggers voltaic. Every galvanized card you play hurts. These cards have been galvanized. Neat. It's going to inflict a great deal of hurt. See my combo here. Nice, nice. Guys, looks very cybered up, you know? That was pocket sand. Lunged down, flung dirt in their face. Pew pew. All right. So much galvanize. Oh, time for killing. Lumen-laced bander claws seem to bring out the worst in fighters. Okay, that's a swap kind of thing. Okay, if you don't use this card, you gain 2 defense and 2 counter. I like that. Bulldoze. Whenever you destroy an argument, gain an action. Second Wind. I could do this all day. 1 action for every 3 cards in discard. That can be very potent. Oh. Draw 2 cards and then upgrade them for this negotiation. I like that one. Starting to get a reputation for violence. Negotiation card, dangerous. The card is holding a grenade and pulling the pin. Hold on tight. Looks like it's a 1 use. While this card is in your hand, hostility cards deal 1 bonus damage, and diplomacy cards deal 1 less. Pick a okay, here's a perk. Well, this looks a little bit terrifying, don't you think? It's got organic nubbins on one end and seems to have a drill bit. Start of your turn, reduce the cost of a random card in your hand until it's played. 1 action at the start of your turn, all hostility cards deal less damage. I kind of like that. Action at the start of your turn. At the start of every turn, remove 1 influence and 1 dominance. I like that. Fish carefully navigates the mess of her bar, favoring her side. She doesn't look too badly injured, but she's not as young as she used to be. Well, that shucked a rotten oyster, but we've been through worse, and we're both still standing. I kind of view it in a similar way to From Software games and patches. Like, oh, I surrender, don't kill me. Nope. None of that. Can't believe she came for you like that. You. She doesn't care about anyone, does she? She's just a monster all the way down. What's done is done. The fire's only good if it stokes the engine, kid. I've gone for Cascio as soon as I arrived. Now you're dragged into it too. None of that. You've got a bit of grit in your eye. You'll wink it out once you get some sleep. I got a room set up for you in back. With Cascio gone, the few patrons that remain return to their drinks. Them that weren't spilled, anyway. person. You might call Herbla radiant, but that's probably just the radiation. You share drinks, you'll restore resolve. And you'll get a discount with fish. I don't need to restore resolve, and I don't want to burn up the remainder of my monies. Fish didn't get to the top of her field by indulging her wounds. She barely flinches as she spit shines an old mug. Her blood's boiling, kid, but we survived the day. Rest in bed. Good night's rest can't hurt, unless I wake up dead, that is. Kashio won't come back on my watch. The back's barricaded and the front has me. Good night, kid. Fish leads you through a curtain behind the bar, nodding towards a cozy room at the back. We have unlocked Rook. An early 1900s pilot, it would seem. Unlocked a new character with a whole new story and location, with unique cards and gameplay. Saying Rook doesn't delete your progress with Sal. Your bed calls to you. At night you dream you're a kid again, with the mud up to your armpits and your friend Prindo laughing at you. Okay. You slept through the night with one hand gripping the knife under your pillow, but then you've slept that way every night since you were 12. Someone has left an envelope for you. It carries the Admiralty crest stamped in red wax. Scrawled on the front is a hasty thanks from Fizzluck, and inside you find 75 shills. It's early morning, but the Grog and Dog's patrons are already hard at work on their drinks. So I know you thought I should hold off on that bounty, but after last night, Kashio wants me to be her worst nightmare. I'd like to oblige. And how are you going to do that? She knows you're here, and she's got money and goons to keep her safe. What do you got? You? You're damn right. Lucky for you, I have a couple of contacts who want Kashio dead, almost as much as you do, if you can convince them to work with you. Will they need convincing? Afraid so. The Admiralty doesn't trust hunters as a rule, but talk to my contact and see if you can convince her otherwise. But taking out Kashio would make a space the Spreed be more than happy to fill. I know someone who will talk to you, especially if you can bring him Kashio's head on a platter. Unlike the prior one, kinda loopy in their animation. Rena flashes you a complicated hand signal and then watches you expectantly. Can I help you? Sorry, I keep forgetting where I am. I take it you've never been to Grout Bog? Actually, I was born there. Bad memories. Sure, those are the primary export, after all. But you made it out, which means you might just be exactly who I'm looking for. How do you feel about a bit of light smuggling? What's the job? Just a simple sale. I got goods worth unloading and leads who want to buy. Only problem is I've been made. There's Spark Barons here in Murder Bay who would definitely recognize me. I need you to approach the buyers on my behalf. Convince them to come to me so we can close the deal. Sure. Be fun to stick it to the Barons for old time's sake. Sure, I mean, if you're not having fun, what's the point, right? Here's where to meet me once you make contact with the buyer. Whose mysterious poetry has been found scribbled in privies from Murder Bay to the bread fields. To look at this, a filthy vagrant talking to a lowly bandit. Bandit. It says that Nodden can sneak you into an auction if you do some work for the Spree. Spree is a loosely organized band of outlaws and raiders that survive on the outskirts of Admiralty territory. They rob from pretty much everyone and give mostly to themselves. Be prepared to run afoul of the law if you choose this path. The Admiralty is what passes for government around here, but they comport themselves more like an occupying army. Don't expect to make a lot of friends among the people if you pick this side. Let's start with this job and get monies. Cash about Rise's offer. Word is that you're in the market for some goods from Grout Bog. Could be, but I've been burnt by those crazies before. How do I know their goods are good? Because this is the stuff the Spark Barons thought was good enough to bring to the auction. I notice how this person is helping me right now. Any problems can be solved with shills, right? At the start of your turn, add 1 Hush Money card to your hand and reduce this by 1. One after the dog, right up front. As well fully protect this.
Okay.
Dismiss a random enemy intent. Ooh.
Ashanta.
Used the wrong card there, but, you know, it was okay. Fill up the flourish bar to trigger one of Sal's flourishes. Flourish persists between negotiations. What's this button do? Dismiss all enemy intents. Okay. Neat.
The Shanta. Shanta.
Not using that one.
Piepotuku. Kolkasako. Shukuteka. Shushutapa.
I don't want to get rid of that one.
Shakipia.
Sticky. Ah. Going after influence and a little bit after the dog, and not too worried about either of those. Wipe that out.
Koshotika.
Yeah, got him next turn.
Sanakatosi.
Actually thought I had him this turn, but
Shanta.
there we go.
Sokalsuso.
I like how upgrades happen as you use them, too. Ooh.
Dokukita.
You're basically getting auction-grade relics, but without having to compete with the cult.
Shosupepua.
Sounds good, right? Perhaps too good, but I believe you. Lead the way, but don't expect me to let my guard down. Private Rises Camp. So where's the stuff? We meet at last. Let me show you what we have. Sal, please keep an eye out for trouble. Ash and Brenna retreat into a tent. You can just barely hear their muffled deliberations through the canvas. The haggling goes on for quite some time. You scan the surrounding trees for threats. After a time, Cash bursts from the tent. What a waste of time. They quote one price, then charge another. Be surprised if any of their stuff worked at all. So you're just going to walk away empty-handed? Collection to protect here.
Shakipia. Sokalsuso. Dolkelpi.
Or coming in. That'll get wiped out.
There's hookah.
Destroyed. Sal draws an extra card. Okay. Influence. Collection. 2 actions won't help. Okay, 15 shills. If you end your turn with this card, take damage. I don't like any of that.
Golpe sapal.
Get rich off people like you. Apply composure.
You control? Kisotse?
Shukuteka. Shukuteka. Sokalsuso. Dia Shakipia. Pasuna kya?
Golsaso.
Ugh. So much monies. 6 damage coming out.
Piepotuku. Sheseshonaso. Tokutita. La Shepoku.
Hey there, Lazy. Welcome. Joining us for some Griftlands.
The Shanta.
There we go. One off. Nope. Yeah. It's going well, and this is a deck building game. Kind of sci-fi fantasy setting with combat scenarios that are both about negotiations as well as about physical combat. Some slight differences in how they play out. Smarts. All right, we'll take a little extra damage at the start of each turn with that, but you don't act now. The goods will get scooped up by the cult and squirreled away in Supplicant City. Yep, deck building game, so it's all about it's really about the cards that you keep in your deck by removing some and adding some kind of thing. At periodic points, you have like boss fights or boss encounters, and you get perks like during negotiations, I use a lot of diplomacy style cards. So since I'm not using much hostility, it doesn't matter that the hostility cards deal half damage. These can be an acquired taste. Yes, that's a fair point, I suppose. I can go a little over budget. Cash goes back into the tent, and after some shouting, Brenna comes out. Thanks for the help. I think this is going to work. I'll be here in the bay for a couple of days wrapping up business. If you're looking for exotic goods from the bog, feel free to drop by. Okay, well, at least I made back the money I lost fighting him, for sure. Definitely. And then I got, by negotiating with him again, I got more money. Okay, so he was a little drunk. Or they were a little drunk. During our initial encounter with them, they were kind of weaving back and forth. Ah, okay. We're going to ignore the fact that the term shock box has another meaning, too. Oh, well, this is in your hand. Gain 1 temporary power. The Robodex. All interactions have been logged. Insurance is now void. It's kind of tempting. Yeah. Feel like that was a worthwhile investment. Oh. Man meets your gaze with a face like barbed wire. I mean, it's less a face like barbed wire and more of a face that appears to have encountered barbed wire. Either that or the game is making fun of you, barbed wire. Aiden, right? I'm Sal. I hear you're a guy worth knowing. I hear you've got an axe to grind. You want to bury it in a few skulls? You won't get anywhere near Kashio without my help. But my help don't come cheap or easy. Do good work and survive to reap the benefits, then maybe we're in business.
Shuto sieto.
Contract's a contract. I'm happy to be in business with you. Glad you're convinced so easy. You do good on those favors, and maybe we're as copacetic as you say. And Cascio will be all yours. First order of business, take this. Pick your spree card. Okay. By 1 wound whenever you attack for the rest of this turn, once a battle. Or the next card is played twice, once a battle. I mean, that could be potent. Yeah, I feel that one's less about concealer and more about drywall repair at that point. Or perhaps a nice paper bag with holes cut for the eyes. Yeah, let's go for that. What is it? This will tell people that you're under my protection. Nice, I always wanted to learn a secret handshake. So, put me to work, boss. I'm here to impress, ain't I? During the pandemic, there were some companies that were starting to come up with some really cool respirator masks. You even had companies like Razer getting in on it. Big old plastic RPG, LED mask.
Yeah, sure.
The Admiralty has been pushing in on Spree territory, wrestling up trouble when they know damn well to keep their wet noses out of it. We ambushed an Admiralty patrol out in the woods. Our people took some losses and ran, but not before striking a heavy blow.
Who go to?
I mean, I guess you could take it a different way, and instead of trying to cover up the gaping face hole, you could, like, even up the other side and really just go for it. Really just lean into what you've got. Remainder of the Admiralty patrol is still out there, waiting for rescue. I want you to go finish the job. We'll make the Admiralty think twice about coming into our territory. Make sure you kill all of them. That's the whole point. It's like this will culminate in a boss fight again. I don't know if it ever became a product or if it was just like a hype piece, like a proposed thing. You had to get robbed. It wouldn't be too bad to get robbed by a face like Goni's. Got a refill, do you? I'm empty. Like a torn banner in the wind, Urga plays fast and loose. Rux has never met a paying customer he didn't have patience for. The barkeep greets you with a roll of the eyes. For a criminal, Merc is pretty weak in resolve, but he makes up for it by being quick on his feet. The human thief glares at you without a word. Got a problem with the spree? To hell with it.
Sashota.
Chin wagging with a bandit is a risky endeavor, you know. I mean, fancy, I guess. Find the patrol right where expected. As you approach, the bedraggled survivors reach for their weapons. Who goes there? Ima's eyes dart about, looking for threats. You're about to pull out your best fast talk, but it's clear Tima isn't in the mood for diplomacy. Stay where you are, bandit. Wanted dead. You've been told to kill them. You're in formation. At the end of Goon Ganimus's turn, apply 5 defense to all allies. Okay. Let's mitigate that. Mitigate some of that. Then pair you. Receiving defense, reduce the amount by 50%. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. This is pocket sand. Throw dust. I always keep a little sand in my pocket for emergencies. We're gonna see how if this works as a discard. Nope. Okay. Okay, we've got temporary power. Daggers. Lead to you. Do a double elbow strike. And then shoot with gun. Blam. Stabbity. Spots hates you. You've incurred his fury and will likely face consequences. Members of the Admiralty will not help you in battle or negotiations. Allies have 10% less max health. Well, that hurts. Oh, I like that. Move debuffs. Exactly, casemate. In those very dramatic, close quarters knife fights. Footwork. Need to get some quest to burn cards soon. Stopped along the road by an Admiralty patrol, swinging their batons with some showmanship.
Tolsius Husier.
He said we could expect trouble on this road. Han is no friend of yours. Something tells you this is not going to go your way.
Sakapatyan.
You're under arrest for carrying contraband.
Katopana.
Contraband? What contraband?
Quantity.
Oh, right. Han fumbles around in his pockets for a second, produces a vial of slurry, and hands it to you. There.
Voltekia.
He has a very straightforward way of planting evidence. Here, hold this. Okay, now I'm going to arrest you for holding that.
Keshes Holme.
Fine is 250 shills. Well, I kind of want to kill him.
Kepa.
The debuff he has is a hassle. He's going to buff himself. He's going to buff himself. So I don't need any defensive cards. Okay, he's going to try to do 8 damage. Alright, what do we got? I mean, I guess I might as well use these drugs he gave me. Oh, sorry, bud. Aloe hates you. Oh, come on. Now I gotta murder you too. Don't you know this is an endless cycle? I kill your friend, you want revenge, then I have to kill you, then your friend wants to kill me for revenge, and then it just goes on, and I just have to keep killing people. Shoulder roll. If I had more combo generators, that'd be good. But I don't have a lot of reliable bleed generators, so we're just going to take money. We're getting a lot of cards. Violence doesn't solve every problem, disagree. But it certainly solved this one handily. Get paid. The survivors met the end of their luck. They should be getting a good old Havarian den burial right about now. That'll send a message. Good monies. Okay, I don't have a good way to get bleed effects. The start of each battle, gain 1 wine, high-pitched wine. The end of the owner's turn, this argument gains 1 resolve. Okay, it's a distraction. Draw 1 extra card. There we go. Cerebral stimulants. We're done here. Get other things to do, that's fine. But don't take risk. You're no good to me dead. That's all I have for you today. I'll give word to Fish when I need you again. What should I do until then? Keep your blades sharp. The next job I give you will be harder, so you best get ready. You'll make better muscle if you got a reputation that precedes you. So go work one up and let folks know you're not one to be messed with. Okay, before we do, we are going to step away for just a moment. I will be right back. Getting settled back in here. Okay, there we go. Oh, we got friend in trouble. And Fizzluck is in trouble. You have a chance to save him before it's too late. Well, let's save Fizzluck. His ability is useful. Find Fizzluck under Spot's heel, looking one blow away from the worst day of his life. Well, if I can get rid of the Admiralty Clerk, that would be good. You make enough racket to draw Spot's attention, and Fizzluck looks up at you with wide eyes. Sal? There's nothing to do with you, Grifter. Stay out of it. It's stabbing time. It's always stabbing time, but in particular, it's stabbing time. And I regret messing with any of mine, pal. Let's see. 1 power at the start of battle. Dark Spots hate Sal and will always attack them. You can choose to win this battle if all enemies panic. A fighter with panic cannot act and reduces their panic by 1 at the end of their turn. Give me cards. Exactly, Barbed Wire. More knives means victory. Gun. Attack all enemies twice. Nope. Zeta hates you. Letter opener. Apply to impair. Oh, that one's good. Thanks. Thanks, Sal. You actually saved my skin there. Spots has always hated me. Let's do a cat check here. Sammy is shifting from the bed itself to the pillow. Sherbet is passing through. This guy has crawled onto my lap, so he's going to need a lot of attention so he doesn't get up in my face. I know, it's weird. I keep killing people and people keep getting upset. You'd think they'd learn. Can't hate anything now. Come on, let's get you somewhere safe. Take Fizzluck to shelter and, after dressing his wounds, get back on the road.
Shahu?
Well, we gotta.
Shataso.
Sita, I hear you've been talking about me.
Shentonata.
Maybe I have, Grifter.
Fasako.
Like Hesh plucked you from the slime and took you for Flotsam.
Oa Shatsa.
Say that again, I dare you. Insults.
Tis hotis.
He served in my bar, better listen up. Let's see. Abuse of power. Start of Zeta's turn. Incept a planted evidence argument. When this argument is destroyed, deal 1 damage to the owner's core argument. Planted evidence only has 1 resolve.
Piepotuku. Tia Shakipia.
We already have some influence. Let's go for more.
Seka Sosia. Sokalsuso.
To a good start, I think. Insults.
Popo Shapoa.
Kiss your Achnu with that mouth.
Tokuti. Tia Shakipia. Tokuti. Kanasate.
Influence, gain more actions. I didn't need to gain more actions. Oh well. Don't really matter.
Piepotuku.
Boop. So
Sokalsuso.
boop. And boop.
Sashashomua.
Frisk. You'll steal 10 sals. 10 shills from Sal. Wide deflection.
Tokuti.
Stack up the influence. No, we're gonna spend that to get rid of it. It don't really help me.
Chukuteka.
Dulcius Fusia.
Sokalsuso.
We're gonna do this. It'll give us vulnerability for this turn, but Big deal. That's gonna take out my influence. I'll get more.
Tia Shakipia. Jotopur. Onapete. Tokukita. Tia Shakipia.
Attacks will go for that. Still is going to be a threat to me.
Seka Sosia. Chukuteka. Sokasuso.
Graded. And we can choose from 5, or we can... I'm going to go for the upgraded ones.
Secata.
That's it. We're fighting now. That was the idea all along. Okay. I am in a bar full of people, but I am fighting in an isolated location. He is going to buff himself. Okay, we want to play extra cards this turn. It's going to smack us pretty hard, so there we go. The Admiralty favors their hammers. We're tearing him up. Stinger. Big dirty. So. Okay, he's definitely going down this turn. Stab of Clarity. One shot card. No. Oh, actually, here. We're going to do that so we can cycle it. Do that to one of them. Sita is dead, and so the grudge that he held it, and so is the grudge that he held against you. Yeah! I'm finally running out of people with grudges against me. Fish contorts her mouth into the facsimile of a smile as you approach.
So, Sokada.
How'd it go? You and Nadin get all riled up by your hatred of the Admiralty?
Sashipia.
Mostly he just seems like an opportunist to me.
Teshosha.
Yeah, well, then I'm glad you found each other. There's opportunities aplenty for a crook like him and an arm like yours.
Waitobe.
Running late. Anything you need before you turn in? Let's run over here, see if I can burn cards. I think you'd be used to constant interruptions, but you're still surprised when a stranger approaches you out of the shadows.
Kyokyopa.
How's it faring, Grifter? Fancy a test of your mettle? Usually don't go in for random brawls unless I'm getting paid for it.
Sodete.
Not that kind of test, Hunter. That's metal with a capital M.
Tapotasua.
Only some in Havaria are fit to wield it.
Shososua.
What exactly do you mean?
Ganatiko.
It's the only currency truly native to the Griftlands.
Tutukotia.
Exert your influence and you will draw in metal as you draw breath.
Apatiso.
Ah,
Sonaganata.
sounds like nonsense. Ah, I get it. You're crazy.
Sokotipia.
Your skepticism serves you well in combat, but not here. Here, find this shrine and see for yourself. Lundak pulls out a map and points to a location that seems to is seemingly just a cave. And take this to get you started. You'll soon see what I mean. Huh. Some sort of currency.
Soputesha.
Wait, did you seek me out just to recommend your own store?
Tionkiso.
You've heard of word-of-mouth advertising, haven't you?
Malkiwana.
Look at my wares, and I think you'll agree it's a solid recommendation.
Kepopopa.
Ah, okay, this looks like permanent upgrades. That's... okay, yeah, you already get that. We're gonna hold off there for a moment.
Gotatel.
Dismiss all enemy intents. Okay, we've already got those, but we can't afford anything because we only have the one prestige. Release the hounds! So 10 resolve to your core argument. Neat.
Santa Mosa. Shosha. Latiacoma.
Inconspicuously by the side of the road, you notice an old shrine. It doesn't look Hessian. Remove a card. You need this more than I do, clearly. You don't know who the shrine is for, but you leave your offering in a groove on the worn-down pedestal. Return to the road.
Football.
Piepotuku.
You can remove negotiation cards.
Shapopa. Papieketi.
She can remove battle cards. Stinger is okay, but really need it. That one's worth grabbing. You play that early in a turn, you can, I can use all those finishers that I've got.
Kapolshil.
Kepopopa.
Stand back.
Mashoku.
Hey, someone came in looking for you earlier. They didn't look friendly. Maybe sleep with one eye open tonight.
Tashil Tiaku.
Asking after me, what did they want?
Poshil.
Said they wanted to hire you, but if you ask me, they looked like trouble.
Shanapieta.
I sent them packing, said you were out on the road and wouldn't be back for days. So I've got my blades under the bar if we need them.
Tusatalpe.
Wish I'd been here sooner yesterday. Would have liked to have seen you give Casio a walloping.
Sika.
I mean, get walloped by Casio, more like. Ain't as young as I used to be, Sal. Been gone a long time.
Kunpashia.
And Casio, well, she could have laid me out in our youth all the same. Should I be worried? You were the one who taught me how to fight.
Shotil.
What, you rewriting history? Casio taught you too.
Tia Subako.
You know her moves better than she knows yours. You got this.
Telsutsia.
But remind me later to teach you a different way to throw a punch. I taught you when you were little, of course, but I'm feeling it now. Maybe that technique wasn't so good for longevity. Really expect to make it to your age anyway.
Tia Sopa.
Yes, and better.
Pashupe.
Off to room. Something's not right. In the dim light, some of the shadows look darker than usual. Who's there? Oh, figure steps out of the shadows, heavily armed. If it thinks like an assassin and slinks like an assassin. This would have been easier if you'd gone to sleep, Hunter. Not too late to shut your eyes if you prefer. Demoralize the assassin first. Even know who you're working for? Caring isn't part of the job description.
Keshosia.
Maybe you should reevaluate that. Casio ain't like other clients. Okay, I have to destroy or remove impending doom. Okay, I've got to take out all of those impending dooms. Okay, if I wipe these out and win the negotiation, his panic meter will be much higher. But he's gonna hit like a truck every time one of these goes down. No, okay, it's just one impatience. Okay, that's not too bad.
Shukuteka. Kashikata wa. Sokasuso.
No.
Tia Shakipia.
Crafty.
Sokasuso.
Ate those.
Shukuteka. Tia Shakipia.
Ability. If you have influence. Nice.
Pasunakia. Sokasuso. Tia Shakipia. Pia
One.
Potuku. Shotika. Shukuteka. Shukuteka. Pohua tilto.
Boy. Targets an opponent's argument each turn for 4 damage. Okay.
Dokutika. Tia Shakipia. Shotopur.
I have no influence, so we'll hit this one.
Kusutilpia. Kanasateshu. Piepotuku. Pentaso. Sokasuso.
The goal of the negotiation was to give the assassin an existential crisis. Oh, steel composure. Menacing air. Build rapport sounds good. Just remember, she wouldn't want to have me killed if she didn't consider me a sizable threat. But no problem, you'll handle what Kashio couldn't, right? The assassin doesn't answer, but you can tell you've left them off balance. Rush them. Okay. It's having multiple of these in my hand is really bad. Hold off on that one. Actually, no. Hey. Letter opener. One faint. Fight dirty. Then we slice. That's gonna hurt a lot. Okay, good. He's not attacking this turn. Steady hands. Gun. No, Mr. Assassin. No. Whenever you expend a card, draw a card. I like Pure Style is actually a pretty good one. Whenever you improvise while this card is in your hand, reduce its cost by 1 for the rest of the battle. I don't have enough improvises for that. But another hilt bash is good. Unby lies dead at your feet. Fish charges into the room, moving spryly for a Kradeshi her age. It's the stranger I told you about. You alright, kid? Kashio sent them. Typical Kashio, leaving others to clean up her mess. It takes you both a while to deal with the mess, but when you're done, it's cleaner than it was to start. Nothing like a bleeding corpse in the middle of your room to really motivate you to have some spring cleaning done. If for no other reason, then you gotta really scrub to get that, all that gore out of the carpets and floorboards. There, complimentary house cleaning. Now you should sleep soundly, in theory. Fish stands guard by your door for the rest of the night, leaving you to catch up on your shut-eye. Alright. Calamity jar. You can no longer own a pet, but the pet is really useful. Oh, I like this one's good. This is every turn one of your cards is one cheaper. Spend time slapping together some makeshift security. If anyone comes through the windows now, you'll know about it. Your bed calls to you. Ashio always seems larger than life. While you sleep, you feel the shadow of her influence pressing down on you. Gonna have to get rid of her next. And you, inevitably. Wake up, you'd almost think the grog is beginning to look homey. You hadn't almost been murdered in it. Tends to, cut down on your comfort in a room almost being murdered. Someone has left... Oh, there's the extra monies I get each morning. Find fish behind the bar, rigging the bar top to snap with electricity, which turns off the current as you approach. You know customers drink at this bar, right? Customers ain't got nothing to worry about, but no more assassins on my watch, that's a guarantee. Oh, nothing says pay your tab like the threat of a electrified bar top being turned on at any moment. This will take a while to set up, so why don't you go bother Naden and see if you can do what you can do to get closer to Kashio. I'll have a job for you later if you're interested. Turns back to the bar and flips the switch. Clearly you've been dismissed. The murder torch. A motley of opportunists have gathered here looking for an honest day's work. Prices vary, but so does skill. Neighbor rubs his elbows like it's been 10 years since they ran out of grease. So this is for the next job. Well, Naden, what extra legal shenanigans do you want me to get up to today? Extra legal shenanigans is a fun thing. I like that terminology. It's not crimes, it's extra legal shenanigans. we're just having a little fun, doing a little funsies outside of the bounds of what is normally considered appropriate in society.
Kashanto.
Know if I appreciate you making light of the work we do here, but as long as you get the job done, I guess I can't complain.
Goku.
2 jobs for you today. Pick the one where you'd be most effective. An inconvenience. Uni is loyal to the Admiralty and good at her job. That's a problem for the Spree, so they've asked you to remove Uni from her position, one way or another. The ability to remove another Admiralty member seems like a good idea. I'm happy to work with the Admiralty that can be brought to heel, but Uni is proving stubborn. Uni's got influence that's useful to me, so I want her under my thumb where she belongs. You're not my usual witless goon. Figure it out, Hunter. That's an order from your commander. Oh, are you going to prevent me from murdering her? That's inconvenient, sir. But what if she doesn't like me? It will bring down my net likeness here.
Cos'è il porto?
See? I mean, if you look up here, 6 people like me, and only 4 people dislike me. Dead people don't count. Listen, just do what you're told or else. I don't have time to deal with your nonsense. Sorry, I'll figure something out, I promise. Odin supposedly knows the entire Hessian tract by heart, but since she's the only one that does, you'll just have to take her word for it. Vince Veep to give you information. What's you talking to Uni? What's going on? Doesn't seem like any of your business. But maybe I can help you out. That beast away from me. Okay, gets composure with each new argument. Open with a strike against dog. Going to lose the dog right away. It's really a waste ultimately, but or coming in.
Piepo tuku. Dia shakipia. Sokal suso.
Nice, nice. I'm trying to give my reasoning for picking stuff. But if you have any questions about what's going on or just questions in general, feel free to ask. Okay. 7 damage coming in towards our insight, our influence. So it doesn't hurt us to spend it.
Yashonaka.
There will be 5 spilling over.
Dia shakipia. Piepo tuku. Shuto sieto. Tokukita. Shukuteka.
Okay, 6 damage coming out.
Shukuteka. Sokal suso. Dia shakipia. Piepo tuku. Tokukita.
Sonos un peso.
Patience coming out here.
Taukelpi. Sopesana.
Should have used that first.
Shukuteka.
Se jefe.
Tokukita. Piepo tuku. Kokasako.
Kepemo.
It's going to hit a little harder now. 8.
Sokal suso. Dia shakipia. Sana katosi.
Se puntia shua.
Piepo tuku.
See, he's going to dish out 8. Do have a friendly argument, so this might do nothing for me. Oh, no? Okay, good.
Tokukita. Sokal suso.
Se suso.
Suhasos he. La shepoku.
A plum. Spend 2, get... It's like a super block there. Plead while you have influence is really good. Veep deflates. Alright, here's the deal. Veep explains that Uni isn't who they claim to be.
Idashatia.
Kupelson.
None of those are worthwhile.
Sati.
Muten shol.
Time you retire. Why don't you make me? Okay, could be rough, but we're going to get to remove 2 more Admiralty people. Big old stack of bleed there. And coming in. Okay. He's gonna buff himself. Hard. Combo isn't gonna help us here. Well, in theory, I could have stocked it, but, you know. Mud. Combo. Gun. And damage coming my way. Rip 'em. Letter opener. Admiralty thing. Echo hits harder or gives me more defense. Like the defense. Better cards. Just an opening move one. You're starting to get a reputation for violence. Unstable. Once per combat, it's draw a card, hit a random target with it. Uni is dead. The spree should be pleased with that.
Battle metal.
Uni's not working anymore. Or breathing. Gets the job done, I guess. Hopefully the man is learning what happens when he puts me on a job. My death count this run is up to 10. That means I'm winning, right? More murder means more points. That's what Nintendo games, the original ones, taught me. Not one to question your methods. Ooh. You're outnumbered, you gain defense and counter each turn. Shrieker. At the start of your turn, deal 1 damage to all arguments. I like the break defense, but they don't use defense a lot for me. I mean, they could start, but, you know. Let's go with that. Little damage each time. Done with you for the day. Keep your head down out there. Word is you've made some enemies. Well, I mean... yeah, I've made some enemies, but most of them are dead, so it doesn't count. Desolate battlefield. Looks like the remains of a recent skirmish. Stuff to loot. Hang out with Anwar, but we don't really need that. So, loot. I like this. I like the, you know, move around the map instead of it being the just sequence of choices on the grid. It gives it some flavor. Come across the signs of a recent battle. If there were any winners, they weren't the type to loot the battlefield. Bodies are still fresh. Best to grab something and run before any beasts are drawn to the bloodshed. Tincture, rock whistle. Island buffer. Take that Vrock whistle. Struggle with the crate, but you're soon joined by the first of the scavengers. A spitting yote. That one. Pull up. Pop. Pop. Okay, what do we got here? We're gonna hold on to that. Work. Discard that one. That one. And then gun. Eh. Gouge and vertical slash. Bleed and more bleed. Buys a random common or uncommon maneuver card. It costs 0 until played. I've got some decent bleed options now. Fish looks worried, but you'd be worried too if your bar was smoking. Alright, Fish? We have a problem. Some of the supplies I need to finish this up are contraband. Apparently. See, where does this go? I see where this is going, but I don't know how to stop it from getting there. You want to be gently shook from your slumber by a new assassin each night? Need you to head down to the docks and grease the wheels, else I'll never get this done. Okie doke. Guess I'm headed to the docks then. Feel free to take my bouncer with you. Might take some convincing, though. Fish said you might be able to help me solve her supply problem. Did she now? You're her employee, right? So you do jobs for Fish in exchange, and in exchange, she pays you. This would be another one of those times. Fish and I have a very specific understanding of what is or isn't my job. Make it worth my while. Let's do a convince. Think big picture along me. Imagine how much this would improve your lot. It should be good. Go on. Okay, so we always seek to block him as much as possible. So gain an influence. Gonna do as much damage as we can here. Alright, let's see. What's he up to? 2 more arguments. I have influence. bonus actions. I don't need the defense right now, but it gave me a card. Influence, gain actions. Need. Well, might as well use it.
Sateshu? Pia Potuku. Tia Shakipia. Tia Shonaka. Sokalsuso.
Should have just used that attack card. Flustered. Just the damage. Everything gets armor. Have influence. I can only use it once per battle, but that's a strong argument to have in play. You get that stuff for fish, then the bar is safer. If the bar is safer, then your job is easier. A little bit of effort now for a whole lot less effort later. Make sense? Yeah, alright, that makes sense. Although I gotta say, too much of my job these days involves keeping your scrawny butt safe. It must be very hard for you. Whatever, lead the way. You convinced him to work for free. It's dark when you arrive. The docks should be closed, but they shimmer with activity. It's not long before you spot why. A ship from Rolock is moored in the harbor. No doubt there's quarantine in place. Guard on duty approaches you. Who's that? Show yourself. Howdy, officer. It's just me, your friendly neighborhood hunter. Yeah, dock's closed, hunter, especially to you. At a Rolock shipment. And I bet you'd hate to be the one to test its quarantine. Sorry, Switches. It ain't nothing personal. You're just in my way. Actually, let's get that dog out of here. Oh, no. It's paying attention enough, I guess. That. Discard that. Bye-bye, doggy. Alright, damage coming from everywhere this time. That is true. It's free. He's got some counter in there, that's why. One for you. One for you. Stabbings. Stabbings for everyone. Oh. Well, now I gotta kill Fizzlock. getting a reputation for violence. Killer. While this is in your hand, gain 1 dominance. Feldspar is dead. Ulu might have something to say about that, and it probably won't be nice. Make your way to the Rolock ship. You come across an Admiralty officer neck deep in a debate with a Jake Stevedore. Glint of a small box catches your eye from a pile of contraband. You recognize it as the goods fish needs. Don't care what schedule you're on, that ship stays in quarantine. Got other ships to unload. What am I supposed to tell the Hessians? That I should delay the auction because their goods are held up? You let more ships in. That's exactly how the infection spreads. Are you too much of an ignoramus to follow? Figure this is a good time to break the tension. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's go. More murder. You can't stop the streak now. Pull the stevedore aside for a private chat, though of course the Admiralty clerk is immediately suspicious. Want this switch gone? I can handle that for you. At a discount even. What? No, if I start putting switches in the ground every time we disagree, I'd be locked up. If you want to help, do it graciously, you know, diplomacy style. Ain't got much of that myself. Grab it and run. I'm just looking for the privy. I'll show myself out. Nonchalantly walk past the pile of goods. Ferdinand and Leaky both watching you intently. Where does she think she's going? You discreetly pick up the package and hold it behind your back. Pretty sure that box has explosives in it. Hey, we can see what you're doing. Make a run for it. She is stealth. It's the perfect crime. You almost make it when you hear a gurgling from across the bow. A hulking beast heaves itself out of the water, shaking off droplets that sizzle on contact. Shrug, a slobbering aberration. With a quick glance, Leaky and Ferdinand both dive overboard to avoid the beast. You charge. Okay, maternal instinct. Gain 1 power whenever an ally dies. Will run away if the Shrug is killed, and they health regen. Hurt it. Distraction dog, go. Use this before I forget to again. What do we get? We'll die this turn. Oh, the Shrugling. That's not great. And then gun. Need bash. Okay, what do we got? Start with that. Got the combo for it, so. Really unhappy with me for that. They guarded the dog. We've almost got him, though. This should have started with the other one, actually. Roogfang. It either needs one combo or it still needs two. Now let's go for the damage on that one. Calling in favors. Sino Trainer. Discard a card, double the damage of a random card in your hand. In a condition for the rest of the battle. That could be good. I do have some... What's Resonance do? I have a couple of improvises. Really only have the one improvise for combat. Let's go with the defensive option. The ship deck is covered with ichor. You gingerly pick up the package and leave before anyone shows up to stop you.
Zuhugya. Tiapo. Tekene shupa. Zoa sakopa.
Rid of that one.
Zehuikia.
Son hokia.
This is an urchin. Native to Grout Bog, these walking mouths reproduce faster than any other species. Okay, we can only have one pet, so let's upgrade Tiny.
Jipashia.
Takes him aside, leads him behind a curtain. You try not to listen as he gets to work. And it looks healthy, if a bit wary. He has a lot of armor strapped on, but the straps are in concerning places in some cases, because that's his jawline there. Might just be that he's got body armor on now.
Son super.
There he is.
Tokukita.
Sushanatahi.
I think we're good there. Well, on with the plot.
Sake do shell.
Shaposhia.
Here's fish, 1 box of pure contraband. Just make sure to wash your hands after plugging it in.
All sasheko.
My hands? Why? Yeah, don't worry about it. It's probably fine.
Chipateki.
You look good with a few extra warts anyway.
Sorry.
You're a good kid, Sal. Now, go on, get some rest. I'll get to work on this bar. Fish disables the alarm long enough for you to slip through the curtain. Home at last. Yeah, he's got body armor all over now. Bed calls to you. Sleep comes slow and sluggish, like tar, but you sink into it all the same. Man. Something about the sunlight here feels murky and thick, like a sludge tide. There's no use sleeping in. You'll only just go back to the... You only just got back in the Griftlands, and already you've made yourself an enemy too powerful to ignore. Nothing for it but to forge ahead and hope you can make some allies to match. Come out of your room in the morning, Fish looks noticeably uncomfortable. Hey, Sal, you have a visitor. Oh? There's a good setup you have here. Booby traps and Fish with her eye on the door. Not bad for a Derek. Nice to see you too, Naden. Want a drink? Oh, you know, I didn't notice that some of the terms had markers on them. Both the offshore Lumen platform and the indentured laborers who work there. Maybe next time. Time for you to prove your worth. I've got a big job for you tonight. Needs your full attention, so come to me when you're ready to focus. You do this, and do it right. I shall help you take down Kashio and myself. Tomorrow's the big day, is it? Better get ready for it. I've got a couple more jobs you can do to prepare. Find me when the sun goes down, and I'll tell you what you need to know. Needs you to deliver an Admiralty summons to Ash. He isn't going to take it willingly. That's for the Admiralty. Start with this one.
Sehukia?
It is, you need some help. Yeah, and you look like you could cut it. One of those spree types was sniffing around my shop yesterday like they were casing the joint, you know? Got my guard to chase them out, but I know how those scum operate. They'll be back. Before the spree arrive, you probably want to check in with my guard. Not sure what they said to him yesterday, but he's been acting strange ever since. Yeah, the little face mask portion in the chest plate really does have a an AdMech vibe to it, doesn't it, casemate? Put my neck on the line to protect you. Do you have anything that might help with that behind the counter? You want something for free? Whatever you... This one's not trustworthy. Whenever you play a card, draw a card and then discard a random card from your hand. Oof. Oof. Alright. Do we have any...
Tiesha kipia. Shukuteka. Shukuteka. Dokuki. Piepotuku.
Boy, she has a lot of deal bunches of damage cards. Well, they also describe her as somebody who like tinkers with explosive devices, so
Paputiso. Tiesha kipia. Sokalsuso. Pentaso. Shukuteka. Sokalsuso. Tiesha kipia. Sintilka. Tokutita. Pacapo.
distracted. Start with this one then. Going after my influence.
Utosia. Piepotuku. Sheseshonos.
Tatito-san.
Piepotuku. Sanakatosi. Onapete. Hyakunake. Shukuteka. Sokalsu so.
Lets you do some interesting stuff.
Seka so.
The cycling that happens here because of her purple haze ability.
Tia Shakipia. Tokukira. Hyakunake. Pia Potuku.
Yanake.
Almost there.
Sashohaka. Tia Shakipia.
There.
Kashotika.
Want me to succeed, don't you? Pick item. Ooh. Take some healing.
Shukuteka.
I'm ready. Alright, you hide under the counter there. I give the word, come out stabbing.
Paputiso.
I like her style. I mean, we were going to do that anyway. It's kind of what we do. I won't take that literally, but you got it. I'm going to take that very literally. Iki approaches Trina. This is crazy, Trina. You can't beat the spree, even with this grifter's help. I'm out of here, and if you had any sense at all, you would be too. Wedge yourself under the counter, and Trina pulls a sheet over you. Time passes, you hear customers come and go, the wheels of commerce spinning above your head. Just as your leg is starting to cramp, you hear something loud and angry come through the door. Did you miss me? See what I mean, guys? The shopkeeper is incorrigible. It's like we're gonna have to teach her a lesson. And well, I've got a lesson for you. Trina kicks you under the counter. This would be your cue. Come out from behind the counter. What are you doing back there? Want a piece of this action, friend? Spree's gotta stick together. We should try to negotiate through that. This is my turf, Justice. You wouldn't want to encroach on my turf, would you? Since when do you have turf? Destroyed, gain 8 metal. At the end of Justice's turn, remove 1 metal stone. In for a heavy-duty attack to begin with. Oh, that's convenient, though. If I'd been paying attention better, I would have used this. But I wasn't, and I didn't.
Pia Potuku. Tusashupo.
Not going to say you're wrong, but you aren't right. Disagree.
Kusutilga. Tia Shakipia. Sokal Suso. Shukuteka. Pietrutiona. Totoaka.
Kingpin. Intense gain 1 bonus damage for each stack of influence owned by the opponent. Ew.
Tokukida. Sioan Siete. Sokal Suso. Hashiapa. Shukuteka. Geseshonaso. Piepotuku. Dia Shakipia. Shukuteka. Yashonaka. Ikyus Onabi. Sokal Suso. Shosha.
Okay, another heavy attack coming in.
Tia Shakipia. Tokukida. Pia Potuku. Kanasateshu. Onapete. Pia Tution.
It's the most resolved damage I've taken.
Tokukida. Pia Potuku. Sokal Suso. Tia Shakipia. Totape.
This is your turf, and I respect that. Didn't mean no disrespect. The spree leaves, looking for an unclaimed prize. You work with these people? I appreciate the help, but Rena thinks twice about questioning your life decisions. Here's your pay. Rena likes you. I think there's a lot of theme going into the names, like, you know, the Griftlands, and the money is called shills. You're done, your back aches, and you have achieved a clarity you haven't felt in weeks. Stopped by an Admiralty patrol who seemed fixated upon your animal companion. Do you have a license for that animal? It's a new bylaw, but unlicensed animals are to be seized for the Deltrian state, the most powerful nation in the world located on the mainland across the sea. There's a lot of goons with him. Gonna try to keep my health up. Surely we can come to some sort of alternate arrangement. It's going after the dog right away. Oh, nice. Getting airtight right away is good.
Sonosuke.
Alright, going for the dog again. Can't really stop them, so... reduce their ability to do it, but... if I could get any draws, I might be able to do it, but... should have done this one sooner. Alright, what do we got? Little bit of damage coming in. Nothing to really worry about. Have any arguments to hit, so compliment.
Sopesana.
Tanapasuke. Kenasuke.
And get impatience going.
Sokal suso. Shukuteka. Sokal suso.
Hey, what else we got?
Tia Shakipia. Yashonaka.
Build the Google.
Right, that has to go away for sure.
Tokukita.
Okay. Still have influence, so
Riepotuku. Tia Shakipia. Akapo. Shukuteka. Usutilga.
all right. I think we can just end in this turn at this rate. Maybe not.
Shutosieto. Sokal suso.
Yeah, there we go. Boop. Okay, cheaper to deploy or shows up right away. Shows up right away. Or influence.
Chepopopa.
For example, I say, let me tell you something. For example, say I hand over this animal and say it rips your throat out.
Etuoseta.
Rips my throat out. Why would...
Yakishalpa.
Well, it's a wild animal.
Sheshaka.
I know it might seem like my pet, but really it's just been following me around for a spell.
Kosonapa.
Seems to me, seems to like me enough for now, but who knows? Maybe that'll change.
Osantosie.
Ah, well,
Shota.
it's a wild beast, then I suppose it's exempt.
Sasokusha.
Technicalities go. As you were, civilian. Tiny looks up at you, tongue hanging lazily to one side. You're a good boy, Tiny. Tiny looks like he agrees. Cute. Actually, here first.
Soputesha.
Always here. Only when you are, technically speaking. But there are a lot of yous going on, usually. Huh?
Pupotopa.
Never mind, you're here to progress, not solve riddles.
Mitotasa.
There we go.
Ganatico.
Gotatel.
I'm up to 3 points, but
Sopasana.
Shalpasuta.
good, you're here. Glad I didn't have to send someone to drag you in.
Shadisasa.
What's up, Naden? You look happy. Is that your happy face? I mean, It looks like there's a little bit of a, a little bit of a lift to his cheeks, and maybe a bit more teeth showing on the giant gaping wound hole. So maybe that's a happy face? You know Ulo?
Pensuahe.
Name rings a bell. Pretty sure you forbade me from saying it.
Kanchesiana?
He's an Admiralty officer, right? That's her, Kradeshi. Slippery as Hesh itself. Only one person living I hate as much as Kashio, and that's Ulo. Like most of her kind, she's got a big family, lots of obligations. Turns out one of her brothers is in the cult, and he's coming to town for the auction. See where I'm going with this? I've got a big barbed hook, all it needs is a worm. Kidnap Ulo's brother and use him as bait to draw Ulo into a fight. Kill Ulo and Naden will get you into the auction. Ulo's kin, is arriving at the beach tonight. He's hired private protection. Go insinuate yourself, then set the trap. Once you're in position, we can send the ransom note. Only there's not going to be no ransom. You'll kill Ulo the second she shows her face. Do that, and I promise you, you've proven yourself to me. I'll get you into that auction, on my word. Alright, if you need a little extra muscle, feel free to bring one of the spree. Just know that you won't be able to talk your way through any Admiralty with a spree in tow. This guy looks a little more threatening, wouldn't you think?
Sopa's here.
Tapiolmol.
Let's go for it.
Sahur.
It's Kel, my buddy, my chum. Doing a job for Naden. Yeah, I could use some help. Sal knows how things work. That guy being a nuisance again. Wait. This one first. This one. Ideal. I'll lose the dog right away. Okay. Influence. That. Get rid of that. Okay, we're good for that one then, so... Eight coming in.
Shukuteka. Piepotuku. Tokuki.
There we go.
Tieshekipia. Shotopur.
I can wipe that out right away. That's really good.
Pasunakia.
'Cause it gives me all of the actions.
Sokalsuso. Tokukita. Seka Sosia. Tieshekipia. Seka Sosia. Taukelpi. Piepotuku. Chukuteka. Chukuteka. Sokalsuso.
Nice. That was a very profitable turn.
Tieshekipia.
Boop. Craft upgrade available. In one action and draw a card at the start of your turn. Ooh.
Sheseshonaso.
An important gig. If we pull it off, we'll be Naden's favorites,
good,
easily. Could use the leverage. Naden's been giving me the stink eye a bit more than usual. Sure, I'll tag along.
Saulkia.
Sahul kya?
Sashipia.
Papia kyati. Poa penetasyon.
Okay, ignore his defense. Here we go. Arrive at the beach to find two Admiralty guards, their heads hung in boredom. When is this Hessian brat supposed to show up anyway? Should be soon, shouldn't it? High tides don't wait for nobody, Hessian or not. I want to get my plonk on. A drink that tastes like brine and leaves you feeling seasick.
Tibatol.
Ulo gave us our orders. In no way I'm going to let you bail without me. I feel like we should just stab. I'm not going down easy, you switchy bastards. Alright, here we go. Should have done that sooner. Alright, let's see here. This is not going to be terribly useful. Actually try to take this thing out, because we get bonus metal for it. Done and done. I mean, okay. Rock Plume. Dodge the next hit. Stomp. Improvises do I have? — 1, Just the one. You're starting to get a reputation for violence. Let's see. 6 people like me, 7 people dislike me, and 14 people have been killed for disliking me. I feel like the reputation is well established. Reputation proceeding. At the end of your turn, incept 2 apprehensive and destroy this card. Okay, this makes it harder for me to negotiate once. Made a real mess of the beach. Fulo is going to know something is up. Out over the water, a light cuts its way through the fog. Soon a small dinghy inserts itself on shore, and out of it steps a Kradeshi dressed in flamboyant finery. Fulo quickly takes in the signs of combat, and his face creases in growing panic. When he spots you, his demeanor changes to reflect his pedigree. There, what's the meaning of all this? I demand an explanation. Subdue him with knives. It's like City of Heroes, apprehending people with fireballs. You gonna come quiet, or do I need to remind you of where you've landed? My geography has always been the best of the family. Perhaps you're the one who needs to be taught a lesson. Wanted alive. Okay. Boulder stance. Fight dirty. Bleed. More bleed. He's gonna try to debuff dog. I can't execute him. Oh man. To take people alive is inconvenient. Counter spines. 1 counter whenever you gain. Ooh, that's a good combo. I have game 1 defense whenever you play a card. I get that and the boulder stance going. Lucky for you, I need you alive, but alive doesn't mean the same as not dismembered, so keep quiet. She knows how it works. You'd be surprised what you can live through. I'm cooperating. You win. Fulo hates me. Shackle Fulo and he falls in line behind you. Hey, why did I come here? Come now, you know that you know what's going on. Bump up max resolve more because it starts out so low.
Kishalpa.
Still only 3.
Takuho. Supigina.
Find the spree safe house. Fulo stares at it, dumbstruck, and you take the opportunity to push him roughly inside. Oh, stop manhandling me, peasant. Your criminal lifestyle choices are no excuse for poor breeding. I think that should be the other way around. Your poor breeding is no excuse for your criminal lifestyle choices. Either that or he's implying we're bad in bed. Really, it's done all right so far. Iku greets you, casting a disdainful look in Fulo's direction. Was he like that the whole way here? He is a Hessian, after all. So what have you heard? Apparently Ulo was spitting bricks when Fulo didn't show up. Ransom note should have gotten there by now. One thing, though. Word is Ulo has one of those pedigree battle osh news, so don't expect her to go down easy. Hiko begins to pack up her things, heading for the door. Hey, where are you going? Aiden wants me back on the tail end in case something goes wrong, and no offense, but it probably will.
What else he say?
Hang on, I actually need your help here. She is drunk. Start with airtight. Not worried about losing stacks of dominance, but I do need to worry about the damage it'll cause when it'll splash. Have influence. That one. We got a lot of goodies going here. Lead. Lead. Right. Was hoping to get more defense going, but I'll take the money loss in exchange for all of the actions. Have extra arguments to hit. +6. We need to be at +7 to soak it.
Tia Shakipia.
Lib. I don't have any 0 costs in my discard pile.
Tokukita. Sotsoahi.
16 damage coming in now.
Pakapo. Suhasos he. Shosha. Sokasu so. Tokukita. Sokasu so.
There we go. Clean. I'm going to take this with the assumption that maybe I can get this doubled up. If not, well, oh, too bad. You stay, our chances against Ulo double. It's simple math. Simple math is if Naden kills me if I don't follow orders. He won't if we win, and if we don't, you'll already be dead. Flawless logic. I mean, it's why I've killed 14 people in this run.
Tells Hale.
Well, I guess that does make a weird sort of sense. Fine, I'll help you here, but you take the Ashnu, all right? That thing creeps me out. You sit and wait, and it's not long before you hear something large cleaving its way through the bush outside. Oh, here we go. Ulo wrestles his mouth out of his gag, bleeding smugly. Now you'll see, miscreant. No one interferes with the Olowano family. For what it's worth, I plan on having your skull preserved as a trophy. Exit the safe house, ready to face Ulo. Ulo cuts a daunting figure perched atop a fully equipped battle Ashnu. Never seen a snail that frightening. This was a fun joke, Grifter, but all you got for yourself was a day in the company of my least interesting sibling. Hope it was worth it, because this'll be a sorry way to die. Yeah, I have my own score to settle, so let's just get this over with. Battle snail. Well, I mean, yes, that's a battle snail. It's got it's got booster wheels and laser cannons. I mean, if you're gonna have a battle snail, go all out. All right, lots of damage getting splashed everywhere. This one. It's freebie going. Muscular glands. Ashnu cannot be killed, but will hide in its shell and lose all power when brought to 1 health. Gosh, new blast. Let's apply the wound first. What else can we do? Good stab. The gun. Salt. Then apply lots and lots of bleed. So we got here. What's the damage we take? Debuffs active. Do a card draw. Okay, what do we got? Stab. Stab. It's all enemies and applies wounds. So that's a nice one. There we go. Better for comboing. I like that. If we can get up to 5 bleed on them when we apply this, we get impair. And that's a good thing to apply, I think. Appeal to reason. Yeah, I can get a lot of influence. Might be a good hammer card. Starting to. Alright, we have another stack of killer. Fulo's corpse lies in the dirt. You hear a scuffle behind you. Fulo has struggled from his bonds and emerged from the safe house. Fulo, no! Really should have stayed in there, Fulo. Hold on, Grifter. I can see I was just a pawn. You got what you wanted out of Ulo, didn't you? I can pay. I'm the favorite. My mother will want to see me safely returned, but no one will care about Ulo.
Mahalsi.
What's more, I can promise you our family won't seek retribution. Yeah, but, you know, the bad credit.
Soputu.
Never had an entire Kredeshi dynasty after me. Sounds kind of fun. But
Kosokuka.
I'd say it's nothing personal, but I did spend time with you. Oof. Oof. That's a burn to go out with, huh? Normally I would be very professional about this killing, but after having spent some time with you, I'm gonna enjoy this. Ulo goes down easily. Clearly Ulo inherited all the cunning in that family. Killed her friend Fulo. Yeah, well, I just don't need to shop anymore. Hey, look! I've got 5 people who like me, 7 people who dislike me. But I've killed 16 people. Of the people who have an opinion on me, most of them have died. Oh, this is working out. I just need a tree full of children playing at Bandit, and I'll have the whole set.
Shuasotsu.
Mitotasa.
Ulo is dead, as you requested. Say it got a bit messy there, but not to worry. But you're not worried about the wrath of a Kredeshi dynasty? Ah, do I look like I worry much? It's hard to say. Ulo was no good. A dirty cop, spiteful and reckless because her parents could buy her out of trouble. Her whole brood's in Kashio's pocket. Once we deal with Kashio, there won't be anyone to protect that dynasty no more. Thanks for your hard work. I'll send word tomorrow when it's Kashio's turn. Aiden loves you. You've managed to capture his loyalty, so don't waste it. All allied spree gain 2 power at the start of battle. So much death.
Toshenika.
We're going to eat a fish cake to make sure that I'm fully healed up. It gives me the bloated card, but then I can rest in back. Bag calls to you. Dreams of wealth and influence keep you up through the night. Keep you warm. Auction is today. I hope you're ready for it. Sean has been waiting. Aiden just sent word. The auction is starting. He said to meet him right away. I'll be off then. See you on the other side. Be careful, Sal. Let's dump off any more metal that we have just in case.
Sokotipia. Paputiso. Ganatico.
It's quiet as you approach the meeting point, but your trained eyes spot Naden crouching in the darkness, finger pushed to his twisted lips. We hiding from something? Admiralty ambush on the far side. They're camouflaged, but not good enough. Ain't no way that through that's not through them. I need you to distract them. Draw them out so I can get the drop on them. Let's go. I'll distract him. You come in blades drawn. Sounds good. Be smart and careful. There's no prizes for being the first one dead. But there are sometimes prizes for making the first one dead. They call me Sal Smart and Careful Derek. Derek, the surname given to all indentured workers consigned to the cult's offshore lumen derricks. Oh, okay. Emerge from the shadows, pretending to be sneaky about it. You're joined by a smug officer soon after. It's like our tip was right. Stop right there, Grifter. You're in Admiralty territory, as you damn well know. Oh darn, you got me. Got the act. You have some explaining to do. So, you see, everything's connected. Everything's in its place. And you're just in the wrong place at the right time. What the heck are you talking about? With a serpent-like hiss, Naden slips from the shadows and eliminates Schlock's troops. Hey, what? Naden leaves Schlock to you. If I do this, Schlock will dislike me. People tend to hold grudges when you stab them to death. Alright, he is going after Doggo. Not much I can do about it. Now we're going to do boulder stance. Let's get a combo going. Keep them impaired for as long as possible. Block one hit. I'm going to use spines. That should form the combo now. Not going to use that yet. Abby. Cheaper or better? What's Blade Flash do? Kinda like that. Nice big block card. Looks like you do know how to use those things. I picked up a couple of things. Picked a couple of things up over the years. I have murdered so many people on the missions for you. You really should be aware of my capabilities. Let's go before more switches come sniffing. Naden leads the way, and you proceed together in a familiar silence. Follow Nathan through the twisting tunnels and find a small contingent of spree guarding a junction. Nathan's here. Look alive, you scabs. It's time to get down to business. Is this the entrance to the auction? Yeah, you go up ahead and do your business. Can I convince you to come with? I'm not gonna lie, that fight took the wind out of me. We're going to hold up tight here and wait for the fireworks to start. Once the assembled hoi polloi panic and make a runner, their shill purses will be easy pickings. Here, take this. Aiden passes you a small device. It's a lock melter. It should open one of the artifact crates. Might be something useful inside. Might help you survive today. Why are you just giving me this? You do manage to take down Kashio. Remember who helped you. Don't give her a chance to get the first blow. Cut hard and fast, and you'll get out of this alive. What about you? Where will you be? I want her dead as much as you do. It's why we're in this together. But once Kashio's dealt with, we'll go our separate ways. It's better that way. Won't be long until the bounty comes calling for me. I know you're not going to like to hear this, but thank you. Why wouldn't I like to hear it? Because you don't seem very touchy-feely. I just don't make a show of it. You're welcome. Merge into a dusty back room of the auction house. It seems as though you've stumbled across the storage room for the auction lots. Pull out the lock melter. You have your pick of the artifacts, it seems. Inspect the locked boxes reading the labels. The lock melter will only open one of them, so you need to pick carefully. Afterburner gloves. All your attacks apply burn. Damage equal to the stacks of burn and deal half as much to all allies. Remove half a stack. Ooh. Macro rasp. Whenever you apply bleed, deal 1 damage to the target. I think this will be a good one. The auction starts. You let the items pass you by. You're in this for an even bigger prize. It isn't long before you're rewarded. You get so used to the same few oiled elbows making their bids that new movement at the edge of the room draws your attention. It's Kashio, looking none the wiser that you might be in the crowd. She's confident. Her friends part to socialize with the crowd, leaving Kashio's back exposed. Now's your chance. You pass through the shadows like a thread, weaving your way to Kashio's side. No sudden movements, just shank her. Your blade presses gently into her side, just below her ribs. I can't even count as high as the number of reasons I've got for wanting you dead. But I'll still turn you in alive if you play nice. I knew a grubby little bogling like you would grow up too greedy for your own good. Don't try to take her in alive. Listen, a kitty. Shelf. Hate you enough to almost fall for that, but ain't nobody greedier than you, Kashio. You sold out your wit, your friends, heck, even me. Bet my contract didn't even go for that high of a price. You could have made more off me as your apprentice. But I bet looking at my face just made you hate your freedom a little too much. So you're not the only action on the floor. Admiralty guards pour in from the door, roughly accosting some merchants who, judging by the scars, are anything but. You've been in enough brawls to know what's about to go down, but so is Kashio. She thrusts her elbow into the crook of your blade arm, throwing you off balance. By the time you recover, she's got her weapon drawn. Stabbing times! The lights go out. Here are shouts, bangs, and the sound of a great lumen tank under the stage breaking. The emergency lighting comes back on, revealing a ruined auction hall. Malik, Derek? Call in Naden to attack your target. Destroy after 3 uses. Let's see. Got a hologram projection belt. At the end of Freelancer Kishio's turn, summon 2 holograms. Okay, so the flame gloves should help here. Deal 1 damage back to the enemy when hit. Remove all counter at the beginning of your turn. Okay, she's got a macro rasp, the sonic pistol, and the hologram belt. Okay, we're gonna start with... she's gonna buff herself. Go for some combo to begin with. Draw a card. Waylay. More burn stacks going. All of the items you didn't pick, she has. Well, it makes sense. He's a robot. No bleeding. Also immune to wounding. End of your turn, take 2 damage and expend this card. Yep, the fire is helping. I think. We're going to spend this one to get ability points. So that we can do Boulder Stance, Thorny Spines. We're going to spend gun to finish him off. I have enough combo. Have any debuffs to worry about right now. My counter is stacked up so high sometimes. Is it this one? Nope, it was that one. The counterattack is doing a lot of work. Stabity. We can't change our pattern of behavior now. The dust settles. Those that took cover out of harm's took cover out of harm's reach. Heads reappear like crabs crawling out of the sludge after the rain. Once you and Kashio threw the first blows, the spree hiding in the rafters made their move. The Admiralty never saw it coming. The cultists fled before their heads could roll. Never seen a knife move as fast as yours. That's good. Efficient. Got these blades with Kashio in mind. Your words come light, but the presence of Kashio's corpse weighs heavy. And keep them close. They're loyal and effective. A weapon like that is better than a friend. Don't know if I agree with that. You don't have to. See you around, Sal. Remember what I said. Naden melts back into the shadows. You look down one last time at Kashio before taking what you need to claim the bounty. This feeling you get ain't exactly peace, but it's reassuring all the same. You leave her on the floor without a backwards glance, no more looking back. Sal Brawl unlocked. You've unlocked a new game mode for Sal. Focus on card play and test out new strategies and brawl next time you start a run.
The crowd parts to let you pass, and it's only the first of many such exits. You're a rich woman now, and you'll have a reputation to maintain. With Kashio gone, there's a yawning hole where her influence should be. You feel it tugging on you like a hook through your navel. And sure enough, the
Ouch, that's an image.
Fishes
like a hook through your navel.
yours,
Oof.
but she never lets on whether she likes it. Naden wields his newfound power like a gavel, making his enemies tremble. Sometimes a coin or two finds its way to the little folks who need it. Maybe it was Naden who made it happen, but you never knew him to be loose-lipped.
Ha ha ha.
You stay still just about long enough to check in on those that matter. But that isn't too long. You have old graves you want to visit. Old wounds that still need tending to. There's a life waiting for you in Havaria now. You just have to seize it.
Win any character's campaign. Okay. You unlock cards as you progress. Prestige unlocked. Alrighty, folks. That was Griftlands. We might revisit that one. Of a lot of the card game ones, for one, having an option to play it not on like hardcore mode is nice. And the actual kind of gameplay mechanics aren't bad, so we may revisit it. See how some of the other characters are, you know? See what their storylines are like. Maybe do a playthrough where I don't murder hobo my way through the entire plot line. It's the saying, "Hey, I saw you do that," was a way to shorten your life expectancy wildly in that run. All right, but in any event, we will be playing Ace Attorney next. That'll be on Saturday, and then on Sunday we're going to be trying out the sixth game in the I'm on observation duty series. That is the one where you have to pay attention to what the various points of view through cameras look like, so you can spot things that have changed. Apparently, it has some new mechanics as far as reporting them, so that could be cool. We'll see how it goes. If you'd like to suggest other games or engage with my community, you can do so through the Discord server. There are links in the description of the video. I hope you all had a good time, and I hope to see you again on Saturday. Have a good night, everyone.